Yeah, good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's work study space. And you're welcome to bring your task and to join us today. So, if you're joining us, I want you to know how it works. Like every other day, today it will be also 50-10. That means 50 minutes of deep work and 10 minutes of mindful break. So, if you're joining us, I want you to bring your priority task along, and to be your very important assignments. That should be your write-up, whatever you have, the deadline that is nearing. So you need to bring them to the table, and let's see how much you can achieve before it is 4 p.m. today, because we do it for today we do 6 hours like every other day also. So 6 hours from now, from 10 till 4 p.m. So make sure that you are here with your priority task, and let's tackle what we have to tackle, the things that we need to achieve. Let's focus on it and see how much you can achieve. And I will encourage you to plan your rest time. So if you are joining us, we'll rest every 1 hour, we'll rest for 10 minutes. And that is how we achieve our own work balance. That's work rest balance, because you don't work at a stretch. You might hear 6 hours and you'll be like, oh, why 6 hours? How can you be sitting for 6 hours? Yes, we are not going to be sitting for 6 hours. You can stretch, you can walk around, you can also have your tea, or maybe take a nap for that 10 minutes. So we have 10 minutes of rest every 1 hour, and we keep to that. And I will remind everyone that is joining us to keep to that also. It helps you to be more efficient, because if you're taking enough rest, then you'll be more efficient. Rest is part of productivity. Rest make it more efficient, because then you gain clarity of mind and you are relaxed, and you've restored your energy. So you do better if you rest. So take it as part of what you've learned today. And if you've been resting, so congratulations, because you are wise. It takes a wise man to know that rest is important. So take your rest serious this morning. So if you haven't planned your rest and you're already in the office, or maybe you are at home and you are going to work and you don't have any plan for rest today, I want you to plan your rest. You need to take your rest intentionally. It's not something you take because you finished everything. Nobody ever does. And it's not a reward for hard work. It's something that you need in order to achieve your aim. It's very, very important. You need to know that rest is very essential. You rest not because you've been working. You don't rest because you are tired. You don't rest because you finish everything, though those things will force you to rest. But the truth of the matter is that you need rest in order to achieve those things that you want to achieve. So if you have a lot to achieve, you have a lot to work on, you have a lot of deadline to meet, then remember that you still need rest, because when you rest, then you have the clarity of mind that you need to achieve what you want to achieve. So take it serious and keep by it. It's very, very important that you keep to that also. So for this rest that we are talking about now, I want you to apply your rest. Make sure that it is intentional. It's not something that your body forces you to do, because most people are going to allow their body to take rest on them, and they will see themselves in a place they did not plan. And that might be maybe a hospital, that might be you see yourself having a breakdown. So it's good that you take intentional breaks. Plan your rest and take it serious. Let your colleagues and all those around you know that, yes, that your rest is very important to you, and you will see yourself doing better, and you'll have more time to yourself, and you will have, should I say, good mental space to work. So it's very, very important that you plan your rest, take it intentional. Don't allow your brain to roam around. So let your brain know that for every 1 hour, you're going to be getting 10 minutes rest, and you'll see that you do better. So today, during the break time, I'll be here. So if you have any chat, you can put it on the chat, so I'll respond to it. And during our deep work time, we try as much as possible to reduce every the distraction, like notifications and all those things that blinks. We reduce them. Every noise that can take your mind off the work, that can distract you. So I will encourage you to reduce it during the deep work time, because your focus is what matters. If you want to build memory, then you will need to focus. You need to pay attention. So anything that distracts you, anything that takes your attention away is the enemy of your memory. So try as much as possible to reduce interruptions and those things that will be flashing to take your mind off. And then you need to also remember that during the break, you can walk around, you can stretch, and remember to bring your water or whatever healthy drink or snacks that you have. So don't be dehydrated and don't be hungry. Try as much as possible to be comfortable. And in your workspace, make sure that you have enough space. Even if you didn't do anything, reduce every clutter around your workspace. So if you're in your workspace, make sure that you have a space, and that is going to help you to be more organized mentally. That helps. As for our discussions during the break time, we'll be here talking about how to improve our memory and the things that you can do to improve your memory. We'll give little, should I call it a simple assessment, but very effective assessments of how you will know if your memory needs support, and also some little exercises that you can do to sustain your memory, to improve it. That is something that you would like to see. So try as much as possible to be here during the break time. And if you're here during that break time, try as much as possible to participate in the exercises that we are doing to improve our brain, to improve our memory. That is very important to us. So I will encourage everyone here to share the live. If you are there, try to as much as possible to share the live. And for those that are students, if you have students amongst us, the researchers amongst us, the writers amongst us, and you are struggling with managing your energy, please bring it along. You can ask questions. And when you ask questions, you are going to get answers, and you get the support that you need. And very importantly, in this space, please be kind with your words. That has been the logo, that has been the motto, that has been it. Be kind with words. You don't know what others are passing through, you don't know what they are going through. So don't be the should I say the straw that brought the camel's back. So try as much as possible to be kind with your words. When you are speaking, when you are writing, today, wherever you find yourself, be kind with words. That's very important. So those questions that you have as a student, how to improve your memory, how to improve your study, the strategies or the techniques to study and retain, you can ask them. Just put them in the chat, then I'll respond. During the break time, that is what I'll be doing. I'll respond to chats, and if there isn't any in the chat, then I'll be giving out those exercises that we can do to improve our memory. Your memory is your currency, your memory is your power. It's not just about remembering the past, it's about having the stock from which you can draw from to make decisions in the future, to determine things. So you need your memory intact, and you want it to be still intact and sharp during old age. So you need to sustain it, you need to support it, you need to improve it. So join us during the break time, and if you're working with us, please concentrate and make sure that your focus is on the job at hand. And during the break time, you have that time to yourself, so enjoy it. You can chat, you can walk around, you can just stretch, you can take a nap, power nap for 10 minutes. So we are starting now, and the first break will be happening. That's 10:50. We go on a break to return 11. So from 11 to 11:50 is another deep work time. So from 11:50 to 12 is another break time. So you can put those marks and know what to do and know when to join us for a chat. If yours is just to chat with us, if you're working in the office, you can be in this space. It's a quiet space. The music oh no, it's a sound. The sound you'll be hearing is the winter sound. That's I design. You hear it is very, very calm, and it will encourage you to think deeper and to be calm. So it's a calm space, and we are here to support each other. So try as much as possible to support, connect with others, and maybe share the life. Do whatever you can do to support others, to uplift others. That is just it this morning. So we are starting now, and we speak again once it's 10:50. And remember that for every 50 minutes on top of the hour, we are going on a break. And please enjoy your break and make sure that you're not using it to finish the work you did not finish. Make sure you're not using it to help a neighbor. Help is good, but you need to take care of yourself. It's very important. So let's go and see how much you achieved before it is 10:50. Yeah, so it's a break time. It's time for us to go on a break. You can rest, you can stretch, you can also remember it's a break time wherever you're joining from. Uh, it's time for us to go for a stretch. It's time for us to relax. We have 10 minutes to do that. A whole 10 minutes. That's enough to take a power nap. That's enough also to have a cup of tea. That's enough time to walk around if you're in a very dry place. Like now, we are in spring. I know that in many places it might not be raining, so you can go for a stroll. You can just sit down and meditate if that is what you want to do. But make sure that you are doing things that helps you relax, things that are very, very, should I say, relaxing, things that will help you to gain the clarity of your mind. So your mind is no longer clouded, you are no longer thinking too many things. And remember that during this break time, you use it also to re-strategize, because your mind is still at work, whether you are working or not, whether you are trying to think or not. Your mind is working, your brain is working when you are resting. That is the time that your brain will process the information it has, and it will take it from short-term memory to long-term memory. That is how it works. So if you are here with us, you can join. I don't know, let me check through the chat if there is any chat. So if you're there, I would like to see your chat. Let me know what you think about this space. Let me know what you think about memory. When you hear the word memory, what do you normally think? What comes to mind when you hear memory? Oh, that this person's memory is very good, has a very good memory. Or maybe you hear, oh, he has a very bad memory, he has forgotten already. So what comes to mind when you hear memory improvement, or maybe some memory activities that people are doing? So what comes to mind, or maybe what memory activities have you engaged in, or maybe you've heard? If you've heard of some memory activities, you can also suggest them. You can also let us know what you think about them. But memory activities, they are very, very important. They are good because of our over dependence on electronics, on digital technologies and external help, things that are taking the place of our mind. To many people, is now replacing their mind, is replacing their thinking. It's no longer a tool. And please, you need to check yourself if you are one of those. If you find yourself that you're no longer thinking deeply, or maybe you don't, you just consult your phone for everything, you consult your Google for everything. You want to know dates today instead of thinking to know, okay, where was I yesterday and what date was it, to know today's date. You go straight, oh, let me check it. What says the time, even before you look through the window to know if it is afternoon. You know, many people no longer feel it to know if it is morning or afternoon or it's night. So you need to also consult your own memory. So you need to check. You need to check your brain, check in with your memory. Is very, very important. Make sure that you are still consulting yourself. See how fast you consult your phone. See how fast you check that Google for spelling. I want you to look at how fast you check those reminders that you have for your appointments. Are you still remembering your appointment yourself, or you need to put it down? Are you still remembering the time? Are you still remembering the names of those that you met in a meeting, or maybe after the discussion? Okay, let's start with, because we have 7 minutes after some time. I say, if you are here, please put in the chat. You can introduce yourself. That is the first thing you should do if this is your first time in this space. And for those of you that has always been here, you are welcome again today. So we'll be doing some memory tests, some things that you can do to check if your memory needs some support, if you need some assistance with keeping your memory intact. Those are the things that you need to do. So you need to ask yourself, by this time last week, so today is what? You ask yourself, what date is today? So answer that. And what day is today? Like the day of the week. And what time is now? So you ask yourself, this time last week, what was I doing? Let's see if you remember that. You don't need to put it in the chat. You don't need to answer me. You need to ask yourself, and that is going to tell you if your memory needs some strengthening, or it needs total, maybe you pay more attention. So let's look at it. And I'm still going to explain maybe during the next break what happens when we think that our memory is not good. So we look at all those stages of memory formation and how we can protect them. So look at yourself and ask yourself, by this time last week, to me, I was out of here. I wasn't here last week, Wednesday. If you're always joining us, you will know that, yes, this last week that I put up an advert that yes, I wouldn't be holding the live program. I wasn't here, so I wouldn't make the mistake of saying, oh, that I was here last week. So I wasn't here last week, and by this time last week, I can still remember where I was in Bracknell. I don't need to tell you all the things that happened, but you need to ask yourself this time last week, where was I and what was I doing? Who, maybe if you were in a meeting or you were in a training like I was, okay, can you name at least, if they were up to 10 people that you met, can you name 3 of those people that you met? And ask yourself, what was the highlight from the training or from the meeting or from the work that you were doing or from the study that you were engaged in? So whatever you were doing, ask yourself, what was the highlight? What did I learn around this time? This is 10:56. So if you were in school last week, if you were at work last week around this time, can you remember exactly what you were doing? So let's check our memory. Let's check in and see how good our memory is and if it needs strengthening. So after that, let's just look at yesterday. Let's not go too far. Yesterday, how many of us still remember where we were around this time yesterday? What were you doing around this time yesterday? So did you go out, and who was the first person that you saw yesterday? So ask yourself, I want you to check in with your memory. I want you to check in with yourself to see how much you remember. You don't need to remember it vividly. What I want, the aim of this exercise is for you to exercise your ability to retrieve information, which is very important. This is the most important exercise that you will do when it comes to your memory, when you want to improve your memory. This is the best exercise you can do. That is the active recall. So try as much as possible to pull from your brain what you have already kept or what you think that you know, and see if you can. So when you try to pull it, you are exercising the memory. You are trying to remind your mind, you are trying to remind your brain that this, you need to keep information. You are trying to strengthen your brain, the memory pathways in your brain. You are trying to strengthen yourself to think deeply, to pay attention next time. Also, that is the most important part of this exercise, really. And with time, you'll see yourself remembering things easily. You see yourself keeping, should I say, you can replicate your notes or maybe the activities that you did. So memory improvement is not something that will just happen suddenly. It is something that you need to pay attention to, because your attention is equal to your memory. If you don't pay attention, you might not learn. So in the next section, during the next break, I'll be telling you those stages, the things that happens within our memory that we think, because most times when we notice, the only time we notice that our memory, something is not going right, is when we keep forgetting. Like they ask you, can you, oh, I saw your house, you left it open. Somebody will call you, say your neighbor, say, I saw your house, you left it open. You'll be shocked. Did I leave it open? Maybe it has happened 3 times, maybe in a year. You'll be thinking maybe something is wrong with my memory. It might not just be that you did not remember. There are some other things that may be at play in all this. So during the break, we'll be breaking down those and also be giving some of these exercises that you need to use to help your brain. You need to wake up your memory. It's very, very important. It's not that your memory is having a problem. Actually, most times it's because it's now relaxed. You are not exercising it. And when you start exercising it, human memory is so powerful that it will wake up, on it will be strengthened. It may even be, it might be better than it used to be. So all you have to do is to start. So start waking up your memory, consult yourself first in every question that you have. Ask yourself, do I already know this? Or you want to do a calculation, instead of going to your calculator or your phone to ask, can you just start thinking about it and say, okay, can I do this? Maybe 59 minus 7, try to do it. 59 minus 33. You try to do that instead of going straight to calculate it. Consult yourself first. As you do that, you are training your memory. You are training yourself to remember things. You are strengthening your memory pathways. You are trying yourself. You are training yourself to pay attention to things, and that will help you to be less forgetful. And remember that your memory is not all about what you already did. It is from there that you draw the information that you need to make decisions that matters. So, and you still want to be active when you are old. You want to remember your friends and the things that you like doing. So it's good that you strengthen your memory. And human memory is something that is retrainable, so you can retrain it. So don't be afraid of it. We've come to the end of this break time. Remember that during our deep work time, that we are always focused, and then we reduce every distraction. If you have any question on how to improve your memory, you can ask for a neighbor, that is okay. Just put it in the chat and we'll respond to that. So thank you for being there, and we'll be speaking again during our break. That will be 11:50. So it's a break time once again, and I can see you, Home of Beauty, Gason Enterprise. You're welcome. Thank you for being there and for always being there. Thank you so much. It's a break time. You can decide to stay and let's talk about our memory. If you have any question around that area, you can ask. If you have any contribution around the area, it's also very welcome. Why we talk about our memories, because we have a lot now going on when it comes to the age we are in. That's this digital era. We have digital help, we have the screen that is even very addictive. We know that so many people are addicted to screen, whether you want to believe it or not. Is as dangerous as any other substance that people get addicted to. Children, adults, you see everyone carrying around their screen. Some can't even deal without the screen. Any little thing, once you take the screen out, you see them struggling. They are very uncomfortable, and you need to check yourself to see if you're one of those. If you're one of those, you can also go to my page. You see some of those questions, especially in the YouTube. You see long videos about that, and there's digital addiction and screen addiction, and how you can wean yourself from it is something that you can also wean yourself from. It's not that it's not going to just come up and tell you, oh, now you're addicted to screen. You just need to ask yourself, can I do without my screen? If my phone is lost, let's just say you lost your phone, will you be able to stay up to a week? Can you stay a day without that phone? Or maybe you forgot your phone at home and you're at work. How comfortable will you be without your phone? So you need to ask yourself, and you look at yourself and ask again, okay, if I'm without my phone, how confident will I be to express myself, maybe to write notes without depending on all those technologies and the things they can offer? So you look at your dependence on technology. And why we are so, should I say, focused on this is because our human mind is something that we need to protect. It's very, very important that you protect your mind. In all these, you have so much support, but they are not supposed to replace your mind. It's not supposed to replace your intelligence. It's not supposed to replace your thinking. But when you look at people, you see that is what many are doing. And even you see adults, you can just use ChatGPT and do it. Yes, those things are good and they are good tools to use. But are you still using them as tools? And are you now using them as a replacement for your brain? You need to ask that question. That will help you to know where you are. So for the screen addiction, so you need to ask yourself, how comfortable am I without the screen? If you don't see all these lights shining around you, will you be comfortable a day? Can you still take physical books and read? Many of us, we struggle now with physical books and maybe long stories. But if you look around, you see that those are the things that looks like nature. Nature itself is It's not that fast, it's not flashing, it's not very bright like we think it is. And when you look at all these technologies we have now in the screen, it is meant to look so beautiful. So it's feeding our minds with so many rewards that makes us to keep going, to go back to it. So you need to ask yourself, how comfortable will I be? How relaxed will I be if my phone or any of those, some people, it might not be their phone, because if we are talking about phone and uh, I might count myself, oh, I don't use phone because most times I'm not with my phone. I can comfortably leave my phone at home. If I'm not thinking, maybe I'll have an emergency call. I might not remember to take my phone. I might even forget a phone for like 1 week, 2 weeks. I don't mind. But what I ask myself most times is, can I stay without my laptop? Because that is like a companion to me. Like other people use their phone, that is how I use my laptop, because I have so many things doing on it. So if I ask myself those questions. If I forget my laptop and I went to work, how comfortable will I be? That is going to tell you where you are with the digital technology. So let's look at what it does to our memory. Because we have so much support, we have so much help, external memory, you keep your dates on your phone, you want your phone to remind you of the spellings. Do you know what you are doing? You just told your brain that you should relax. I can get everything without you being there. All you have to tell me is where to find it. You just have to remind me where to go. Then I will get it. So it has shifted the function of your brain from trying to remember things and to reason it, to trying to direct you on where to find things, which is just a shallow way of thinking. So it's not trying to analyze it. It's not trying to memorize it. It's not trying to remember it. It's just telling you, okay, you can go to the phone contact, then you get this person's number. And this is a number that you will need even in emergency. In, let's just say 10 years ago, 5 years ago, many of us will have the most important numbers in our brain. I can still remember even 2020, 2022. I know when I lost a phone, so I had to go and get it from, so I get a phone from a stranger to call a number. So can you do that if your phone is lost? So you need to check in on yourself, check your memory, check how good your memory is still. Are you now completely dependent on these technologies? So if you're completely dependent on these technologies, not like uh, something that has gone wrong and won't change. Thank you so much. It's not like you can't change it. The thing is that you need to start waking your memory up. You need to do some exercises each day. You need to check in on yourself each day. Try to get your brain to start thinking. It's very, very important that you start thinking, that you get your brain to start thinking. You know, so many of us, we think that this technology is helpful, it will be there forever. Yes, it might be there forever, but you need your brain to still be functioning even in old age. You need your brain to be functioning so you can recognize things, so you can do the things that you used to do yourself. And that you don't need to struggle, because your memory is not all about remembering the things that has gone by. It is about drawing from, having that, should I say, the bank from where you draw from and make decision in the future. So that is how good your memory is. You don't study every day so as to use it immediately. You study and you put it in the bank. It's like you are banking those experiences, you are banking those skills, you are banking those whatever you've learned in your bank, so you can draw it in the future to help yourself. That is why you need to keep your memory intact. That is why you need to practice the recall, the active recall, in order to strengthen your memory. I know so many of my professors, they are very old, but my dear, their brain is so good. And I know little children, teenagers, that you will ask, immediately you ask them anything, they will go straight to their phones to find it out. I know many of them that will struggle to remember what they were doing yesterday. I know many of them that will struggle to remember the things that they did a week ago. But you see those professors, those people that we are using, they are always active, trying to, and they are old. Many of them, I know they are over 70, but their brain is still very active. So you need to start early. You need to start early. Wake up your brain, try to exercise it. Because when you try to retrieve information from your brain, what you are doing is strengthening the memory nerves. You are trying to strengthen the pathway to your memory so it will be stronger. The more you exercise it, just like any other parts of the body, the more you exercise it, the stronger it becomes. So try and exercise it. And remember that it's not like running a marathon. You can do gentle exercises. Just ask yourself each day when you return from work or whatever you are doing, maybe you just put a time to it and say, okay, by 2, I need to recount everything that I've done hourly. You say, okay, between this hour and this hour, what was I doing? Try to remember and see how much details you can remember. You can write it down. Remember, when it comes to your memory, your writing, your paper and pen is still very good. It's more effective than your typing, because with learning, with memory, the more senses involved, the better. Because now you see, you touch, then you speak. So when you get many senses involved in it, it will be easier for you. So try as much as possible to improve your recall ability. Try to recall each day, what did I do? What was I doing? Who did I meet? What was the highlight? And that brings me to a very important advice. If you're engaging with any content or with any video, make sure to question what is in this video for me. Don't keep scrolling, because when you keep scrolling, you are training your mind in another way. Scrolling is also another training, like learning to skim, just to skim through. You keep going through it. You are scrolling, you are skimming through, you laugh, you smile. But when they ask you the next 1 minute, what was it that you were even watching? You might not be able to tell any story. And then what you have succeeded in doing is to tell your brain, to teach your brain, to treat information, to treat the things that it has learned or studied as if they don't matter. So ask questions like, what is in this for me? Try to see if there are highlights in the things you are watching. So within 5 seconds, 7 seconds, determine whether this is good for you, or you go through. Then you go to meaningful content. Look at them, listen to them, ask questions, protect your attention, protect your memory. Is very important. This is 12 p.m. And thank you to everyone that has been there supporting. And we are going back to our deep work time. If you are joining us, you can ask questions, especially for students. I've been waiting for them. Those that are struggling, I believe that as there are some that doesn't just want to improve their certificates, they want to improve themselves. So if you want, ask questions like, how do I study effectively? How do I improve my grade? And if you ask, you will receive answers. So we are going back to our deep work time. And during the deep work time, we are reducing every distraction, things that will take our mind, our focus from the work. So we go to that deep work and we are going to work for 50 minutes. That's from now till 12:50 again. Then we'll discuss. And I'll be checking to see if there is any question in the chat that we can discuss. And to yeah, you're still there. Home of Beauty, thank you so much. I will ask you, I really want to come and ask how to pronounce this. Gerson Enterprise, yeah. Gerson Enterprise, yeah. So thank you so much for being there, for your support and for sharing and all that. That's all that you do to keep this going. Thank you. And so it's our break time now. It's time for us to stretch. If you have been sitting, it's time for you to stand, stretch, and walk around if you need to. If you want to take a power nap or you want to take a snack, that's also good. So if you have been here with me, it's time for us to really stand and walk around and see, uh, look ahead. If you've been looking at the screen, it's time for you to look ahead. To when you look ahead, you're adjusting your focus, you're adjusting your sight, which is very, very important to as many of us that are using our eyes as an asset, because it's quite a big asset if you have your eyes intact. So you need to protect it. If you've been looking at the screen, sometimes you need to take your eyes off it and look further ahead to adjust your focus. And that is going to help your eyes. So it's very important to also stand, stretch. If you've been sitting, don't sit more than 3 hours at a stretch. It's very, very, let me not use the negative, it's not really helpful. So you stand up, you stretch, you walk around, that helps circulation and that helps your health. So it's very important. Let's look at our memory. And some people might ask, why do we really need to improve our memory? Why do we need to be talking about it? And to some people, no, we have a phone, it will remind us whatever we need, but you need to put some things in that phone when you grow older to be able to remember it. Because when you start being forgetful, then you understand why it is important to strengthen your brain, to strengthen your memory. So don't leave it till that time. It's good that you start early to strengthen your memory, because when you strengthen your memory, you learn faster. If your memory is strong, you learn faster and you're able to connect information and connect knowledge and use it better. So it's very important. And you retain what you study. It's not just you study and you learn after learning it. Oh, I thought I understood this. Oh, when I read this thing, I understood it, but now I can't remember it. So you don't want to get to that. You want your brain to be sharp and active. So you need to strengthen your brain. And again, why you need to strengthen your brain is because it's going to improve your focus and it's going to improve your thinking speed. It's going to help you to think deeply, because now you're layering up. You already know the basics, then you add up to it, then you add another one, you're layering up. So it makes you a deep thinker. It's very helpful that you have a good memory. So you need to strengthen it. You need to ask yourself, how good is my memory? Am I still remembering things, or am I very forgetful? Because some of us, you are very forgetful. You see yourself forgetting things after discussing. They're asking you, okay, when did so I don't know whether it was last week or 2 weeks ago, and when it happened, because you're no longer very connected to it, because you've trained your mind to forget things easily. And remember, what you pay attention to is what will stay. If you don't pay attention to it, it won't stay. And what does that translate to in learning? It means that you should pay attention to what you want to learn, what you want stored. You must pay attention to it. And what you have to do is not to keep repeating it or rereading and rereading. After reading, close it and see if you remember it. If you remember it, try to write it down. After writing it down, you can say it out. So those are the strategies that you can use to strengthen your memory, to strengthen the ability to that's encoding of information. Like I said, I'm going to be talking about those stages and the things that you need to do to strengthen your memory. So it doesn't start from just forgetting. Sometimes it's because we did not encode the information rightly. When you did not get the right information, you did not even store it. So there is no way of remembering what you didn't encode. If you are going to your cupboard to look for a can of, should I say, a can of Coke, and you did not put it there, you are in your cupboard looking for what you did not keep there. That is a waste of time. And that is what most of us are doing. It's only when we can't remember it, when we can't bring it out, that's when we get worried. That's when we think, oh, our memory is not working, our memory is not strong enough. But the thing is that you did not even encode the information. What were you then trying out to get? That's it. What are you trying to remember? You didn't put anything in there. So you start from encoding. You need to encode the information right. You need to learn the right way. And that means that you need to pay attention. What you pay attention to grows. What you pay attention to strengthens. So you need to pay attention to what you see, pay attention to your environment. If you are studying, you need to pay attention, put your focus on it. So when you study, you need to do the space repetition, which means you don't keep reading and rereading. You give it time, then you go back to it, you read it again. And after doing that space repetition, to strengthen your memory, you need to do active recall. What we call active recall is because now it's not all about just passively putting it in. You need to try to pull it out. You need to remember it. You need to understand it. You need to pull it out. And that involves so many things that you can do, like trying to ask yourself, what is in this for me? Trying to write down the notes, trying to see if you can replicate what you've learned, what you've heard, what you've seen. Think about the highlights. So it involves active participation in your learning. So it's not just learning it and you keep it, oh, I've learned it. So now actively you want to record it, actively you want to bring it out. It also involves not only writing, remember to use your pen and paper when writing. So it helps with your memory. Then it involves saying it out. You know, sometimes after studying, for those of us that are in school, if you're in school and you're a student, you know, sometimes you read, you think, oh yes, I've learned this, I understand it deeply. Only for you to try to teach it to others or to say it, you find out that something is not right, that you are not getting it all right. And that brings us to the next step. You must be able to say it aloud. So try as much as possible to say those things that you've seen, that what you want to keep, say it out. And you can teach it to yourself, you can teach it to others, you can just try after writing it, you say it out. So you find out what is still missing. And as a teacher, I will let you know that that is the easiest way to read. That's the easiest way to cut short the time you will spend in studying. If you're able to teach it to others easily, then you've learned it deeply. So try as much as possible to grab that opportunity. Whenever they say, oh, can you help me solve this mathematics? Can you help me solve this problem? Can you teach me this? Please grab that opportunity. That helps you to cut short the time that you use to study, because if you can teach it simply, you have understood it deeply. And what does that do? When you are teaching, you find out where you are lacking, you find out what is still not complete. You think, okay, I know it all, okay, I've written it, and now you are trying to say it. It is hard for you not to find out what you are still not getting right. And once you're able to pinpoint that, that makes life easier, that makes studying easier, and it makes it to stick. It's going to stick in your brain for a very long time if you teach it. Another thing that you can do to improve your memory is to actively try to remember things that are around you, try to engage with them, try to consult your brain first in everything that you're doing. And as much as possible, avoid information overload. You know, we have so much information, it's very tempting to keep searching and keep finding, but without enough time to process it, without even giving it another thought. So what you're teaching your brain is to just treat information as if they don't matter, and that is not helpful to your brain. So what you need to do is to actively engage with what you're learning, actively engage with what you are seeing. So it's very important, no matter what you are doing. You mustn't be a lecturer, you mustn't be a student, you mustn't be a researcher. For every human being, it's very important that you keep your brain active, like you keep your leg active, you're walking around. Anytime you don't walk for 1 year, you know what will happen. Anytime you did not use your hand for 1 year, you know what will happen. So the same thing happens with the muscles of the brain. You need to strengthen it. And how do you strengthen it? Is by practicing active recall. So try, even if you're not a student, you're not a researcher, try to ask yourself, what did I do today? Okay, let me say like 5 highlights of what I did today. So try as much as possible to engage your brain, make your brain to start thinking, try to pull information out of it, and your brain nerves will strengthen. And again, beside that, you need to rest, because it is during your rest time that we go from encoding to storage. You know, we are still going to talk about the storage. We've talked about encoding information, how you get the information that you need to recall, how you store the information. So that's the next one. So for your encoding, you need to learn how to learn. You need to learn how to study. You need to do it the right way. Pay attention. What you pay attention to will grow. What you don't pay attention to it will be treated as nothing. That is how the brain works. So during the time we discuss the storage, then you understand how it works. If you don't pay attention to it, it's let's just say the brain will put it to it doesn't matter, and there is no need to store it. So you won't remember it. Let's go back to our work time. This is a deep work time. One 1 p.m. So we go back, and then the next break will be 1:50. If you have any question on how to improve your memory, how to improve your grade as a student, that is by yourself, not from anybody writing for you or whatever they are doing. If you want to improve yourself, please ask questions. And if you want to improve your ability to record information, then yeah, you can put it in the chat. You can just maybe contribute or ask questions. Those are the things that we'll be talking about during the break time. So we are going back, and to everyone that has been there supporting, thank you so much. In any platform you are, thank you so much for being there and for your support. I appreciate it. So we've come to the end of this section. This is another break time. It's time for us to relax, and maybe if you want to take a nap, this is the time you can take a nap and relax. So you're welcome to relax. It's not something that you should feel guilty about. If you've been working, if you have been joining us, if you've joined us since morning, now you've already done from 10 till almost 2 p.m. So that's a lot. And I believe that you must have achieved a lot. So it's time for you to relax and make sure that you are resting. It's not just keeping your brain busy and keeping everything busy. It's a time for you to gain the clarity that you need. And how do you do that? Is for you to relax and maybe don't think about those jobs that you did not finish, the task that you did not finish. You know, so many people, they will be waiting. Oh, I didn't finish this, I didn't finish that, so I don't deserve a rest. Remember that your rest is not a reward for hard work. It's not a reward because you finished. It's not something that you reward yourself with when you have finished everything. Nobody ever does. You cannot finish everything you want to do, especially if you are busy as me. Then you understand that you can't finish it all, but you need to fix your rest. You need to fix the time to take a break. So I believe that this is the break time for so many. Some went on a break around 2, some went to 1, some are going now. So if you are among those that are taking their sleep now, please take your break and make sure that you enjoy it. For every 3 hours, make sure that you are standing, that you will stand and walk around if you've been sitting, and make sure that you are resting your brain, because what you need is to rest and gain the clarity that you need and restore your energy. Your energy is what matters, really. Many people, they will think, oh, because I don't have the time, why didn't you do this? Oh, I don't have the time. I don't have the time. That is what most of them will always say. But the truth of the matter is that we all have 24 hours. So you just need to learn how to make use of your hours. You need to use it wisely. And if you use your 24 hours wisely, I'm telling you, you'll get tired. You can't even finish. You wouldn't be able to walk all through that 12 hours or walk through all 8 hours or 9 hours of daytime. You see that you get exhausted. So should I say, the main thing should be your energy. The energy is exhaustible. It's not infinite. It's not something that keeps running. It's not like a stream, the stream that runs every time. Your energy can finish. So you need to be sure what you focus your energy on. It's not everything that deserves your energy. It's not every talk that you must participate in. It's not everything that they are doing that you must participate in. So you need to choose your fight. You need to choose what you participate in, because those things are taking your focus. They are taking your attention. And remember what I said, your attention, your focus is the main currency of this age, the age we are in now. Everything is looking for your attention. Everything wants your attention. Everything is dragging it. They are putting hooks or whatever you see in the content. They are all looking for your attention, or whoever is selling or whoever is trying to advertise. They are all looking for your attention. So now if you don't guide your attention, they will help you guide it. So remember that you need to guide your attention. Your attention is what matters, because when you pay attention to something, you are giving your energy and your time to it. So you need to preserve your energy. If you have energy, if you have more energy, preserve and use it the right way, you'll be very productive, because now you are focusing on the things that matters to you and not the things that they brought to you. Most times you see people, they feel guilty because they were reading now. Before you know it, their mind went off and they are somewhere else. And before, okay, let me just check this content, let me just watch this, and they are watching it, they will say, okay, I'm going to do it for 2 minutes. You see them doing it maybe after 3 hours, after 30 minutes, after 1 hour, they are still on it, and they will start feeling guilty. Oh, I should have been doing this, and why am I here? Those things are done on design. They were prepared. They were designed to take your attention that way. So that is why you need to guide your attention. You need to give it to things that matters. There will be time for play. There is time for everything. The Bible said there should be time for play. There should be time that you are serious doing the things that matter. So you need to guide your attention. Let me just give you one analogy. For those that are always fighting with time, they'll always be like, I don't have time, I don't have time. Let me tell you something. If you were given extra 12 hours and it's now added to your 24 hours, now you have 36 hours. That's your extra. And you don't have the energy to use it. Let me tell you, it is useless. You might even have these 24 hours. You might have daylight of like 8 hours and 10 hours. If you don't use it well, if you don't have the energy, if you did not preserve your energy, and you did not focus on the things that matters, and now you are tired, you can't really use it. So most times it's not the time that is our problem, it's how we manage our energy. So you need to learn how to manage your energy. You need to do the time audit. You need to look at your time and see what you're using your time for. It's very, very important that you audit your time. You need to look at, okay, when I woke up in the morning, how much time did I give to personal care? How much time did I give to income generating activities, which is always the corporate? Many people say that's the corporate. Oh, I spend my time working. How many hours did you give to that job that is providing you the money that you're using to solve your problem? Then you look at your social interaction, which is very important to us humans. It's very important. Don't neglect it. That is the time you spend with your family, the time you spend online with your friends, the time you go out with your friends, making connections. So those are the social interactions. And how much time do you give to that? Then you look at the time that you use in renewing your energy, the time you spend sleeping, the time that you spend eating, the time that you spend maybe taking a walk in the park to gain clarity. So you put those times together. How much time do you spend on those things? Another thing that you should also look at is how much time you give to planning. Do you plan at all, or you just wake up in the morning and things will start running? And let me tell you one thing: if you don't have a plan, there are so many things they've put in place to plan your time for you, and it will take your energy, it's going to take your focus. So you need to have a plan when you wake up, so you don't waste time in between tasks. Because if you don't have a plan, what you do is when you finish this, you don't know where to start. You start planning. So in between that, it wastes momentum, it wastes the speed. So it's not very productive. So have plan in the morning, or have plan for a week, then you break it down to daily plan. So you start in the morning knowing, okay, within the next 1 hour, what should I be doing? That is how me I see it. When I know, if I want to know if I have a plan, I will ask myself by 2 p.m. what should I be doing? I should be able to say, okay, this is what I'm doing, so do that. Another thing that you need to look at is how much time you spend on interruption. We are humans. If it is a machine, we might say, okay, the downtime, and that one is even plan. You can actually plan it based on the efficiency of the machine. But for humans, we have interruptions. You can be called that your child is sick, or a friend is calling you, please can you come and having a problem. Those are interruptions. You don't plan it. So how much time do you spend on those things? When you look at those time, you do the time audit. After 1 week, maybe after 3 days, after keeping the record, you will find a pattern. You will see a pattern, what is happening to your time. So you will need to plan it. And when you start looking at it this way, you see yourself having more time. You haven't, should I say, the free time that you ask yourself, do I even have this much time? It's because we don't look at it that way. We are not looking at how much time we spend on all this that is making us think, oh, I have too much doing, I have too much doing. But if you plan it, and if you look at it and you've audited this time, and you know, okay, this is where it is leaking from, you cut, you add, then you will see that you have enough time to interact with family, which is very important. When your work people, when they fail you, when every other thing, your family is there, and you need a friend, those are the things, and you need time for yourself. Oh, I can't sleep. Oh, I need to sacrifice my sleep time because I have to do this and that. No, if you have a good plan, you have time for that. And remember that your sleep is very important. It is very important, more important than most people realize. When you sleep, your brain works better. That is the time your brain will take information from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. It will process the information that you've been gathering all through the day, or maybe before you slept. It will process the information. But when you never gave your brain the time to rest or to sleep, then that is when you keep thinking, oh, I just learned this. Why am I not remembering it? No, it was just kept in the short-term memory, and it's gone after some minutes. That is how it works. So we've come to the end of this break time. If you have any question, you can put it there. And remember that during our deep work time, it is a time that we focus and we do the work for 50 minutes. Then we come back, we chat, we can walk around, and those are the things that we do. And remember to take a break. It's very, very important. It takes a wise man to know that break is important. You don't rest because you finished everything. You rest because you have a lot to do. So let's see how much we achieve before it is before it's 3 p.m. This is 2 p.m. now, so we are starting the deep work time. So it's our break time once again. This is 2:50, and if you are there joining me, well done and thank you for being there. So this is our break time. It's time for us to stretch, to walk around if you haven't, and if you have been if your eyes has constantly been on the screen, it's time that you take it off the screen and try to adjust your sight by looking further ahead of you out of the screen, maybe through your window, to see how far you can see, and try to see how bright and how accurate you can see. That helps you adjust your sight. That is very important. So for me, I'll be standing while we talk during this break time. So it's very important that you stand and stretch. If you have been sitting 1 hour, 2 hours, or if you have been there for 3 hours, please don't sit for more than 3 hours without walking around. That is not healthy. So you need to walk around and stretch and help yourself to be stronger. That helps this help you to get the circulation going. Your body circulation, your blood circulation is very important to your health. So don't always be sitting. Make sure that you move around and stretch. If you are able to take a nap, you can take a nap if that is what you want to do. And you can also decide to meditate or pray, or maybe just walk around in the park. 10 minutes is all you have within 1 hour, and that is enough for that. So we were speaking out. Let me check if there is anything on the chat that we can about, anything that has been dropped there. Okay, we are talking about memory and how to improve our memory. Like I said, we are going to be looking at how to store information. We talked about the different aspects, what you have to do to get your memory working. Like I said, it's not all about forgetting or remembering things. You know, many people, they always start noticing when things went wrong. Oh, things has gone wrong. Oh, what happened? I'm very forgetful now, because maybe they forgot so many things, and people are now reminding them, oh, you didn't attend the meeting, you were supposed to attend your appointments, and now they are thinking their memory is bad. Maybe it has always been, maybe something has gone wrong even before then, which starts from the way we encode information, then the way we store it, then the way we retrieve. So when we struggle to retrieve information, then we start noticing that something is wrong. That is when most of us recognize that something is not right, because we can't retrieve information, something that we think we know, something that we think we've seen, something that we think that we've studied. Now we can't retrieve it, we can't talk about it, or you were speaking halfway, you are hanging, now you don't remember the next thing to say. Then you think, oh, my memory is bad. Let's just look at it from where it began. That's from encoding. You need to look at how you encode information. Did you even encode the information you are trying to remember? Which means you need to take in this information. How did you take it in? Did you just see it and you never pay it any mind, and now you want to remember it? Remember that for your memory, attention is equal to memory. So if you don't pay attention, you might not remember it. So you need to pay attention. And how do you let your brain know that, yes, this is important? Because once your brain notices that once your brain notices that this is not important to you, then it's not going to store it. That is how it treats information. And now remember, we have so much information, we have so much to handle. So your brain can't be handling all of them at the same time. Meanwhile, you are not giving your brain any rest to handle that information. So it's going to be very, should I say, aggressive in filtering information, filtering how important every information is. So it's not going to be, should I say, lenient in saving this. Maybe I think this should be important to you. This should, no, it's going to be very, very ruthless in saving the information. So we need to pay attention to the things that we think is important to us. If you think it's important to you, after you've seen it, after you studied, then you need to go back to it and try to remember and try to revisit it, try to review it. When you review it again, then you are giving it that space repetition, which helps you to top up. When your brain is already trying to drop it, then you are alerting your brain that this should be kept, this should be protected. So you to treat it as something important. But if you never went back to it, you never consulted it, you never remembered it, then it's going to drop it. And then you are trying to remember, that will be impossible. So it's very important that you try as much as possible to revisit or review what you think is important, or pay attention to it. When you see it, try to ask questions like, what is in this for me? why do I need to keep this, and what is the main topic in this. So with time, your brain will pick it that this is important and will keep it. And that is about it with encoding. So if you did not encode it well, if you just, let's just say you read and you didn't pay attention to it, and you are struggling to remember it after 3 hours, after one day, that might be very difficult. So you need to pay attention to things that you want to remember. You need to let your brain know that this is important. And once you make once you alert your brain that yes, you might be asked to bring this out, then it's going to keep it. It's going to pay attention. It's going to keep it. So the second thing is the storage. Like I said, the storage. We have the three memory types that we have. We have the sensory, we have the short-term memory, and we have the long-term memory. So that depends on where you stored the information or what you studied. If it is left in the sensory, like when you were walking this morning or wherever I don't know, and you've seen somebody and maybe you heard something, like many of us, I know we must have heard so many sounds and we did not pay attention to it. After a few seconds, we are going to forget it. But that time, as of that time, we knew that yes, there was a sound. So it was just in the sensory and it will stay seconds and it's gone. Then if you pay attention to it, then it might go to the short-term memory, and your short-term memory holds very little information also, and it keeps it for a short time. So you need to hold it there. And maybe if you were asked, let's just say you were passing and you heard somebody sang in a very high pitched tone, you were like, who is singing like this? Then you just leave it. After a few minutes to some hours, you might forget what happened or how it even sounds. So it's just like your working memory. It's just like your notepad where you put things that you want to use. So it's your working memory. And if you don't revisit it, like you never went back to ask maybe as over time, I heard something like that. Why was somebody even shouting that way? Or why was somebody even singing that way? If you don't revisit it, definitely you forget it. If you remember the forgetting curve, it's just the way it is. If you don't revisit it within 24 hours, you're bound to lose about 70% of what you've studied or seen. So if you encode it even and you did not pay attention, you didn't give it another thought, then it's still going to go down that path. So you need to top it up by revisiting it after some time, or maybe think about it. So if it is something important to you, make sure to pay attention to it. So, and another thing, what you need to take this information from your short-term memory to the long-term memory. We are talking about the different kinds of memories that we have, because it's very important that you know this, and that will help you to know how to treat information. If you know the right way to treat information, it will help you to keep more. It will help you to think deeply. It will help you to learn easily. It's very easy to learn when you know how these types of memory work. So you will need to take your information from the short-term memory to the long-term memory if you want it to stay. If you want to stay with it, there are so many things that you can do, and those things you can, with practice and with time, you see it's quite easy to do it. And one thing, should I say, one condition that is very, very important in this is rest. Rest first, then you put all those techniques in place, then it will work. But if you did not rest, your brain is not resting, it will even make your memory hub to shrink. It will affect the way you learn. It's going to not give you the time to store the information. So it's good that you rest. Rest is very important. Sleep and rest. So when it is time for you to sleep, especially at night. Make sure you sleep as a human. If you are struggling, you can talk with your GP. You can talk to your GP. You can go outside and walk around during the sun or during the day. When you receive those, the sun does a lot of good. So it will help you to sleep better at night. So if you're not sleeping, then you need to seek help. But if you can, please try as much as possible to sleep on time, and make sure to rest. When you sleep, your memory is still working, your brain is still working. That is how powerful it is. So it's not all about you thinking it. You think it's because of how long you thought, or maybe the information you are packing, you keep loading information. That is why you are intelligent. No. What matters is if you are giving your brain the right amount of information, and yes, rest. That's the balance between work and rest is very important. So if you have enough rest, your brain will have enough time to process information. If you are sleeping, when you are sleeping, your brain is still working, it's still processing information. So it's taking it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory, and that is if you have been revisiting it. So for those students, what I used to do, I will study towards that's before I sleep, then I'll sleep over it. I always tell you, let me sleep over it. After sleeping over it, that's an adage that people use often. Say, let me sleep over it, and people think it's just like sleeping over it makes it to stick. So when you sleep over it, wake up in the morning, do your revision, and it's going to get stuck there for a long time, especially if you attach it to things that matters to you emotionally. So we have come to the end of this break time. I'll be going back to the deep work time. So you are invited to join us. If you haven't joined, I'll be there with us, and let's see how much we achieve before it is 4 p.m. And once it's 4 p.m., because this time I take it to 4 p.m., ask any question that you need to ask about memory, ask questions about how to improve your studies, how to improve your grade. Then we'll talk about that. And I wish you a very successful 1 hour from now. Let's see how much you achieve. So this is it today. This is 6 hours done already. So we spent good 6 hours today. It has been a very lovely day, and we've also had a discussion around um, memory, how to improve our memory, and what we need to do to improve our memory, why we should improve our memory, and why we should be very conscious of it around this time and age, that we have so much support, we have so much help from technology, and we are still stressed and we don't have time. We bought those technologies, we imbibed, and should I say, we adopted them because we know that yes, they are helpful and they should be able to give us the space that we need to bring. But what we found out is that many people are still very stressed, and it did not really solve human problem. Yeah, it solved a lot of problem, but the problem of having more rest is something that we need to consider in this case. Are you having more rest because you have technology? Are you having less rest because technology? That is the question you need to ask yourself. And that is not a problem of the technology or the function of the technology, but the way we use the technology. So it's time that we start re-evaluating the way we interact with this technology, what we do with them, and how we relate with them also. They are meant to be tools and use as such. So it shouldn't be a replacement for our brain. It shouldn't be a replacement for the things that we can do as humans. So you need to not lose yourself in them. You need to not lose your thinking in them, because it's very tempting for you to depend on all this help. Once it's providing easy answers, which we know that that is what it is meant for, to provide you with easy answers. So you don't need to lose yourself in it. Try to consult yourself. Try to invest in yourself and improve your own ability, improve your skill, improve who you are. Then you can use the technology better. That is how it should work. And I believe if you improve your thinking, if you improve the depth of your thoughts, it will you use it better. So it's very important that you don't lose yourself in them. So try to wake yourself up, try to think, try to practice active record, try to retrieve information, try to ask yourself questions. And whenever you're engaging with any content or with anybody, try to ask yourself questions like, what is in this for me? What do I do with this? And when you engage, try as much as possible to use more senses, like your eyes, your nose, your hands. If you can, as much more sense organ as you can just apply them, and that will increase your retention ability. And again, remember that your attention is equal to your memory. So if you don't pay attention, it will be hard for you to use your memory. It will be hard for you to develop memory. It will be hard for you to sustain your memory, improve it. So pay attention to things that matters. You don't need to pay attention to everything. Not everything deserves your attention. It's not every rain that you bring your bucket out. So learn to choose your fight. Learn to know what to engage with. It's very, very important that you do that. And if you know that you are always consulting your phone, even before you know it, your hand is towards your phone and you can't stay without it, it's time that you start thinking of weaning yourself from the screen. It's good to use them, but know when to use them and know how to use them. For all the technologies, sometimes they can be stressful, but they are meant to help you. So you need to look at how you are using them. So if you're depending on technology for too long, that you have even, should I say, you've exchange your thinking for technology, then something needs to be done. You need to consult yourself again. You need to go back to yourself, develop yourself. When you want to look for a spelling, when you want to calculate, ask yourself first. And if you know that you have been forgetful these days, or maybe sometimes amid sentence you're asking yourself, what was I even saying? Or maybe you just took something, or you are speaking with somebody and you're asking yourself, well, where was I? And it's happening often. Then you need to strengthen your memory. And this is what we should be doing daily. And it's not a hard exercise. It's just something very gentle that you need to remind yourself. You need to ask yourself questions like, what was I doing in the morning? What did I do? Or maybe you just write a list and try to remember them. And later you see if you can write them or say them out loud, and you see if you can put them in the right order. Those are the things that you can do. If you had a discussion with someone in the morning, you should be able, in the evening when you sit down, you try to reevaluate what you did with the person or what you did in the day. Try to see the highlight of the day. Try to see if you can remember everything you did per hour. What was I doing around this time? Maybe we are reading, okay, at what point, where was I in that book, or what was I doing when it was 12, what was I doing when it was 1. So when you start thinking about that, it's not necessary that now maybe you just realize that, yeah, you are not remembering things that much. It's not necessary that you remember them, but what you have succeeded in doing is you have exercised your brain. If you try to put that information out, you've exercised your brain, you've exercised your memory. So try as much as possible to pull information from your brain. Try to consult yourself, try to remember things, try to engage with the content, and make sure that you ask questions. You don't just passively read, you don't just passively watch and let things go. If the watching is even, I don't know, I don't want to say about it, but because most times what people watch is just a one-way communication. They just look at it and it's passing and they are smiling. Ask them in the next 30 minutes, they might not be able to tell you what happened. So you need to engage. You need to ask yourself, what is in this for me? So you need to start thinking. So that thinking is what matters. Remember that every muscle of your body needs exercise. You need to exercise your tongue. If you haven't been speaking for 1 year, you know what might happen. And you need to exercise your hands, your legs. So also you need to exercise your brain. You need to use it to think. And the more you use it, the stronger it becomes. And reduce stress as much as possible. Reduce stress. Reduce sleeplessness. You know, many people, they don't sleep. They think is by how much hours they put in, but reduce the time that you spend on screen and make sure that you get enough sleep and enough rest. And that is going to help your brain to process information. And as much as you do that, your brain is being strengthened. So it's something that you can start doing. It's very important that you take care of yourself, get the right balance between work and rest, and make sure that you also, should I say, entertain your joy, which is your hobby. That is what you will do when you finally retire, when you stop this all the formal work you're doing. Your hobby is what will keep you grounded, it's what will keep you connected to the society. So find a hobby and make sure that you engage in it. Maybe one day we'll talk about that again. Many people, they don't understand why they should have a hobby and why it should be boldly flaunted. I mean, telling people that this is my hobby, because that is very, very important in your life, and I will tell you why maybe tomorrow. So let's call it a day at this point in time. Remember that tomorrow we'll be here from 10 till 4 p.m. like this again, and we'll close. So it's 6 hours every day, every Wednesday and Thursday, and every week I'm here, unless like last week I said I won't be here. So you need to check the advert and see what I'm saying about the space. So we'll be here tomorrow, God's willing. Thank you so much for being there, for your support. I will say thank you and see you tomorrow.